Come to order. The chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Centrale.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that the Senate recess until 10 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Senate is recessed. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until 10:30.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. No? Motion carried. Senate is recessed.
Senate will come to order. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits certificate of action by the House of Representatives on Senate Bill 58, an act concerning education relating to schools and school districts, establishing the Parents' Bill of Rights. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objections to Senate Bill 58, the bill be passed by a vote of 72 yeas and 50 nays. The motion not having received the required two-thirds majority of the members elected to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill not passed and the veto was sustained. Announced in the House herewith transmits certificate of action by the House of Representatives on Senate Bill 160, an act concerning education relating to student athletes, enacting the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, restricting participation on women's teams to female students, providing a cause of action for violations. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objections to Senate Bill 160, the bill be passed by a vote of 81 yeas and 41 nays. The motion not having received the required two-thirds majority of the members elected to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill not passed and the veto was sustained.
Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 579 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 580 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning education.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 79 or 579 and Senate Bill 580. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Senator Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus in room 548 upon recess. And I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North upon recess. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until the sound of the gavel.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We're in recess. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Joint Rule 4K be suspended to consider the following bill, Senate Bill 34.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Conference Committee reports. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson on House sub for sub, Senate Bill 84.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, this bill we passed out last year. It had 26 votes out of here and 12 nays. I just want to bring everybody up to date. It passed today out of the House with 73 votes. We did send it back to conference. We had a couple things we did. And the fund that the money was going to, we changed that from the State Finance Council having control, and we sent that authority over to Commerce. And the second thing is the repaying of the privilege fee back to the historic horse racing. We removed that language. We'll just go through the bill and explain it. The Kansas Lottery would approve the gaming. The horse racing would have the authority over the auditing and approving the personnel. On the video, we would have the different platforms. They have geo-screening. I've got research here that shows how they sign up for the app. It's pretty simple, really. You go fill it out, and when it comes back, if it's not approved, then they'll ask for their driver's license and do a background check until they get it. The tax rate we have is it's 10%. It's 2% going to the privilege fee, or the problem gaming fee fund. And I took a look at the problem gaming fund and how much money's been going in there, and it's about 7 to 8 million a year. But most of the money that's being spent for problem gaming is more into 2 to 3. Sometimes it claims up to 600,000 or 700,000. A lot of the money's been swept out of there for other agencies like the governor's office and other programs. Well, our bill tightens down the parameters on that from being swept. We've got some stronger criminal penalties in there for fraud. It's 21 years old. You have to be to use the platform. Let me go through here a little more. You know, I'm just going to make the motion. I'm going to stand for questions. We've been here a long time tonight. Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House sub for sub Senate Bill 84.
Questions for Senator from Johnson on 84? Seeing none, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a few questions. If the carrier will stand for a minute for questions.
Please ask your question.
Can you please explain a little bit more? There's a lot in this bill. I think there's been a lot of questions around this bill, but can you go over the section a little bit more so I understand more about the actions against the state potential in this bill?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, I'm guessing you're talking about the privilege fee, and we would, the Supreme Court would rule and tell you if the pari-mutuel is, if the historic horse racing is pari-mutuel, gaming or if it's actual gaming. If it's gaming, then that's where it would stop and that piece would be pulled out. And there's a severability clause in that. I don't know if that explains it.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what would that do to the contract that we currently have with our casinos?
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, the potential would be that we'd have to repay the privilege fee, but the onus would be on the racetrack facility.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. The onus would be, can you clarify what that onus would be?
Senator from Johnson.
They would be responsible for paying the privilege fee back.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, in other words, that would be a consideration, be considered breaching our contract with the casinos. That's why there would be the payment of a privilege fee. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So is it acceptable for the practice in the state of Kansas is to enter into contracts and then break them knowingly?
Senator from Johnson.
Nothing in the contract would nothing in the contract would break the contract per se. It would be up to the court to find the breach.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wouldn't the breach be that electronic gaming machines are exclusive to the casinos, and that by allowing historical horse racing machines, that is a breach with our casinos, therefore there's a fee to be paid because the state would in essence be breaking their contract?
Senator from Johnson.
They're not slot machines, they're pari-mutuel gaming machines. They're historical horse racing machines. They're from existing horse races that have happened across the country. There's several other states that have this language. The courts would have to find to allow these machines that they're pari-mutuel. And if they're pari-mutuel, they're not violating the contract. There's no breach. They can exist today.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. If historic horse racing machines are not electronic gaming machines, then why are we redefining that in KELA?
Senator from Johnson.
The definition is just clear that they're not slot machines.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. The definition that this bill amends makes that distinction. Previous to that distinction, I believe there have been some court cases in other states. So I would ask the carrier, are you aware of any other states who've had this issue arise that has gone to court and what the outcome of those court cases are?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm not aware of the other states on the court cases, but I know there's about 5 other states that have the historical horse racing. Like I said, these are old pari-mutuel horse races. The data comes from to me, it looks clearly like it's parimutuel horse racing.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to read from one of the casinos themselves. In testimony provided to Fed and State Committee on February 16th of this year, quote, as long as the promoter of this bill is trying to redefine parimutuel racing as something other than a live horse or a dog race, why stop with historic horse racing? Why not historic car racing, historic Olympic sports racing, historic camel racing? Why racing at all? Why not any of the myriad history of sporting events from the library of Wild World of Sports or anywhere else? It really doesn't matter that it is historical horse racing for their purposes, except for the creative thinking behind redefining parimutuel racing in attempts to fall under the Kansas Parimutuel Racing Act. The proponents believe that by utilizing data from horse races from bygone days, they can magically bring their proposed gaming operations under the Kansas Parimutuel Racing Act and preclude a challenge under the Kansas Expanded Lottery Act, as parimutuel racing is not contrary to the contracts the state entered into with the 4 casino licensees operating in the state's 4 gaming zones. The reality is, historical horse racing on its face looks like a slot machine, plays like a slot machine, and pays out winnings like a slot machine. The proponents will try to cloud these facts by not showing you how these so-called HHR machines work in practice. We urge each member of this committee and the legislature to look at these machines in action with your own eyes. There are a number of these casinos, HHR facilities, operating in Kentucky, Virginia, and several other states. We will be happy to point you to their websites to show these slot machines, HHR machines in action, end quote. And by the way, the 4 states that I mentioned earlier all had lawsuits, and they were found to indeed be indistinguishable from electronic gaming machines.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is what I can say. We've worked on this bill this year, and there's been a lot of people at the table working together. The Hollywood Casino at Kansas Speedway supports this bill. Boot Hill Casinos supports this bill. Kansas Crossing Casino supports this bill. Kansas for Fair Play supports this bill. The Ruffin Company, the Kansas Chamber, the Kansas Speedway, the Kansas Restaurant and Hospitality Association, Kansas State Bowling Properties, and the list goes on. There's Sports Betting Alliance, Bally's Bet, MGM, DraftKings, FanDuel. We've got support here by different casinos. I don't know, it's an interpretation, but I believe if it's a former historical horse race, it is parimutuel. We've had several tracks running here in this state. It could be or tracks across this country. And, you know, where is that line drawn? Other states have these historical horse racing machines. You know, there's 3 of these major casinos here supported this bill. So, I mean, you've got to take it upon yourself to do what you believe is right, but I don't know if they believe these were slot machines, if they would support that or not. I don't think they're slot machines. I think they're historical horse racing machines. They've got, you know, former races that have been run across the country. And so, I mean, I think that makes them parimutuel. I don't think a slot machine operates the same way. And so I could be wrong. But I'm willing to leave this up to the Kansas Supreme Court to make this decision. And I think these companies are too.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have the casinos that you say now support this bill, can you tell me what their position was on February 16th when they testified before the Fed and State Committee?
Senator from Johnson.
I don't have that in front of me, but I can tell you today, all these groups support the bill. The bill has had some tweaks, and so they're all on board today and support the bill, and I just got this a couple days ago.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would those tweaks include changing the language of the bill so that the only gaming zone included is in Sedgwick County, hence the casinos that are now on board, the testimony of the casino I read from that opposed it, as well as I have testimony from the other casinos that originally opposed this bill. But now, since you've changed the zone so it's not in their backyard and competing with them, but only in Sedgwick County, was the bill tweaked in that way, and that's why they have removed their opposition from this bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're talking about the testimony on Senate Bill 84 or another bill. This bill was heard last year in Fed and State. I wasn't the chair last year, so I'm not up to date exactly the testimony that they had last year in Fed and State.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am reading from testimony from these casinos from February 16th of 2022, in which they opposed this bill. The bill was then revised and amended to remove them from their gaming zones from being subject to having parimutuel or historical horse racing in their gaming zone, except for Sedgwick County, which is the only casino that remains in opposition. So I think that that's quite an interesting fact there. I'd like to move on, though, if I may, to the provision of the sports arena. So is it accurate that the 80% of the proceeds of the sports wagering would go to a special fund to fund an arena?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, the amendment we made in conference allows the money to go over to Commerce. The money that's not needed, the Secretary is allowed to send back, or my understanding, it can be swept back to the general fund if needed.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've done a little bit of analysis on the numbers of this, and it looks like the estimates are that sports wagering will bring in very little money, and 80% of that is going to the special fund. There's a new white-collar crime division being created under this bill. And I'm just curious what the benefit is to the people of Kansas by entering into this agreement.
Senator from Johnson.
Well, I think it's no different. We just passed a budget here that fund a lot of agencies. Commerce is one of the agencies. Well, 80% of the proceeds we're going to receive is going to go to Commerce. That money can come back and be spent on other things that are needed. You know, that can be spent on growing our economy in this state. You know, 20% is going to go to the general fund to take care of our regular needs. 2% will go to the problem gambling fund. we've seen how the problem gambling fund's been rated year after year by the budget committees to go 4 million here, 500,000 here to pay the bills. So, I mean, I think there's plenty of opportunity to bring this money back from commerce if it's not needed there. At the same time, if there's an opportunity, I think the money could pile up, and if there's an opportunity to bring a sports franchise to this state, that could happen too. As we just had the Apex deal, as you know, we spent a lot of money on trying to bring that to Kansas. This is just another opportunity to use some revenue to bring either a sports franchise or be able to use that money elsewhere. But you know, the one thing that's going on here, you say it's not much money. I guess in the federal budget, they call $1 million budget dust. So now we are calling a few $1 million. And I've seen numbers where we could take in up to $10 million a year. I guess that's budget dust now too. We're like the federal government, and we've got so much money, our cup's overflowing. Well, I remember when it was the other way, when we had 800 million short, and I'll tell you, right now, this money, it's like an armored truck driving down the street, gonna drop money off to us. Right now, this is going on in our state. Sports wagering in a lot of the houses across this state, it's happening in, and it's happening offshore. And this money's just going somewhere else. This budget dust, this sounds like we don't care about just a few $1 million. Well, I guarantee you, them few $1 million would be nice to have. We got a lot of, you know, I sat on my desk here with my 2 granddaughters, and we've got, my youngest granddaughter's a special need with cerebral palsy. She could use that money, and kids like her. There's things that we could do with this money and use to help Kansans to shorten that waiting list or in other ways. Now, is it my thing that I thought up to try to bring the Kansas City Chiefs or any other sporting arena to this state? No. I'm trying to get a bill passed here, and somewhere down the road, we'll figure out what to do with the money because our cup is running over right now. It's not always going to be like that. We're going to see some tough times. And I'll tell you, I don't want to see this money leave our state when we could use it here. We could use it for them special need kids. We could use it for a lot of other things that we're not funding right now. And so I'm not going to kick the can down the road. I'm here today. I'm tired of seeing if it's 4 or 5, 10 million leave our state. We're never going to get that money back. Just think about that. That's money. When we give it up this year, we'll never get back. Same way next year. Guess what? It's going on in a lot of the houses in this state. Sports wagering's happening. Trust me, I see it in my neighborhoods. I know people use it. I get texts all the time. Are we going to pass this bill? Are we going to be number 32? Because we could be number 32. I remember when we were talking about being number 3. I don't know if we're, at this rate, we're going to be number 50. But I'll tell you, I think this state, somewhere down the line, and the people of this state could use the money. It's going on. Why not do this, collect the revenue, and use that revenue for good, positive things in this state?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologize for not having the estimates earlier, but I would like to share the estimates for sports wagering could generate additional revenues to the state of $1.8 million in 2023, $6 million in 24, and $10 million in 2025, 80% of which would go to the sports arena fund. And I don't know, I've heard that sports arenas are fairly expensive, even at the 10 million. I don't know how long it would take to accumulate enough in that fund at approximately 8 million a year to be able to build the stadium that we're talking about, but I don't know that that's a realistic number. However, Mr. President, if you look at the expenses for bringing this, KRGC indicates that this would require at least 6 additional FTE positions and $456,000 annually for ongoing costs to regulate sports wagering. We'd also need an additional 1.8 million and 21 FTE positions if parimutuel racetrack reopens for the annual cost to regulate both the racing and historical horse racing machines. There's an additional 450,000 one time. They don't know how much it would take to get the IT up and running, but so far I'm up to about $2.8 million of ongoing costs. As far as the gaming fund, 2%, according to KDADS. KDADS indicates that allowing sports wagering activity would likely increase demand for services provided by its problem gaming program. It estimates an increase in expenditures of $1,350,000 in the first year of sports wagering to increase treatment capacity and support a statewide media campaign to promote problem gambling programs. The additional $20,000 that's estimated off of that 2% to the problem gambling and addictions grant fund would be, quote, insufficient to support additional demand for services in the problem gambling program. Mr. President, I don't want to belabor this. I think it's clear that the way this bill is written, it's not just a sports wagering bill. It is a vast expansion of gambling way beyond sports wagering in our state. We would knowingly break a contract with an entity that is operating in good faith by redefining the rules in statute to allow something that we don't currently allow. It does not make ethical sense. It does not make financial sense. And for that reason, I will not be supporting this, and I would urge my colleagues not to. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Suellentrop.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if it was clarified earlier, but if there's a ruling by the court that the historical racing machines are in fact slots, then slots are not legal in Kansas. Therefore, there's no breach of contract because nothing would move forward. So the exposure risk of that is next to nothing. The other thing I just want to indicate to the body is that I grew up in Northwest Sedgwick County, and we have so many breeders and racers of horses, various kinds, quarter and thoroughbred, out in that area. And they go to Ruidoso, they go to Oklahoma, they go to Iowa. They're going to start to go to Nebraska because Nebraska's putting in a track here pretty soon. I think they just broke ground here recently. We have millions of revenue that leave the state because of the lack of this entertainment. And I think we have an opportunity to bring destination locations back to this state. That's a dollar amount we can't put a calculation on at this point. But what I do know is we're losing a tremendous amount of money going out of the state now. And we'll never have the opportunity to bring that back and or compound that with bringing others to our state. You know, they talk about agritourism. I'm not sure how many people are running to Kansas for agritourism, but perhaps something like this, I think, can change tourism in Kansas. It can bring people to the state. This is an entertainment venue. So with that, I do support the bill, and I'd ask your support also.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had some good, thorough discussions on the problems with the mechanics of the bill. I do want to focus a little bit more on the destruction of Kansas citizens' lives as we expand betting in the state. And the question I would have, I've seen in other briefs that a pool of money will be set aside to try to counteract financially some of the harms to individuals' lives that we create. Does this bill set aside money to help the addicted gambler?
Senator from Johnson.
2% goes into the problem addiction fund, and that money can't be used like we've been using the problem addiction fund, taking it out. It has to be used for individuals with addictions.
Senator from Reno.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do think it's very, very sobering that we each spend some time before we vote to understand that we will destroy people's lives. We don't know their names right now. We don't know what they look like, but we do know it will happen. Gambling is addictive. There is a percentage of our population who cannot handle it. And I do know for a fact the recurring theme is we work on these gambling bills in the middle of the night. And we all know why we do that. It's not a secret. It's because this is a very morally low bar we're looking at. You know, suicide rates, 1 out of every 5 gambling addicts attempts suicide. 25 to 50% of gamblers' spouses are victims of domestic violence. It just goes down the line. Do we need this amount of money? You know, we can argue all day long whether it's big or small. I'm on the small side for this one. But the reality is we're recruiting new gamblers. They will have addiction problems. We will destroy lives with this bill, no doubt about it. So realize that if you vote yes, because I'll be voting no, because I don't have an inferiority complex with Kansas. I don't need this in Kansas for Kansas to be great. Thank you.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Pack.
Thank you, Mr. President. Looking at the conference committee brief, I had a question on page 4 of the brief. So I thought, Mr. President, I would ask the carrier of the conference committee report if I could receive an explanation on the 3rd bullet point that talks about providing access to mobile device applications that allow patrons to access the platforms utilized by the contracting party operating and managing sports wagering at the primary facility in our premises or other premises. It appears to me that this would allow for use of gambling, sports betting with a phone. So I would be curious, Mr. President, if the carrier would explain that and help me understand if a mobile device would be considered a phone or something else.
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah. In this, furthermore, it has to be an investment more than $50 million. There's only 2 places that qualify, and one of them is the Kansas Speedway, and the second one is Children's Mercy, the soccer stadium. So them are the only 2 that will qualify under that bullet. They will be able to have a kiosk at the NASCAR race and at the sporting games. They'll have to enter into an agreement to have kiosks to be able to make them bets right there at them facilities.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I got it. I understand there are only 2 facilities currently that there could be this betting. But it looks like, to me, Mr. President, providing access to mobile device applications, I guess I read mobile devices as phone or some other laptop, iPad, where a patron could be in the area and access an application and then use it elsewhere. I can't say that I fully understand that, and I can say the answer I got didn't provide any relief or any information for me that I wasn't already aware of. So I don't know that asking the question again would actually be beneficial, so I'll move on to another question. I see that Senate Bill 84, this conference committee, creates several different funds. How many funds are created in Senate Bill 84?
Senator from Johnson.
Okay, there's 3. And if you would like, I would also answer the question before. There's the 2 kiosks, and then you would be able to use your mobile device, your cell phone. There'll be an app on there that you would be able to wager from one of the 4 casinos. All right.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate him backing up and answering that, because what I just heard was you would be able to use your phone for sports betting. Mr. President, is that what I heard?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, I mean, today on your iPhones and other phones, you have these apps. They're geofenced, so you have to be inside the state of Kansas to be able to use that. It's being used all across the country right now, but the app would have the state geofence mapped out. I'm not a technology guru, but I know this is going on, and, you know.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. So how can we be assured that the person using their phone is of age and is not underage and gambling illegally?
Senator from Johnson.
There's a process of setting up your account on the phone. You have passwords, you have to verify your age, and then they verify it, that they use your driver's license to verify that you're 21 years old. This is going on in other states. It's not uncommon today to use your mobile device in this way.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. So once an app is set up on a phone, it sounds like to me, being low on the totem pole of understanding technology, that anyone could use your phone, my phone, a phone that has this application established on it for betting. Would that be correct or incorrect?
Senator from Johnson.
Normally, these accounts would have to have money in them, so I'm guessing most people would have them password protected most of the time. You know, I think it expressly asked if you or you would have to be the only one. You have to check a little box when you sign the app. It's just like when you're, installing software on the computer or anything else, that it's going to be you using it and nobody else using it. This is being done in 31 other states. This is routinely done with modern technology today, so.
Senator Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm certainly not receiving extended level or an increased level of comfort with the words that I am hearing, because not everyone that uses a phone is 100% honest, particularly if they're wanting to do something. But let's just move on just a little bit here. So let's say that someone does get a hold of a phone that has this application, who is underage and does gambling. What, if that is ever discovered, what is the penalty for that?
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, they wouldn't receive any money, number one. You would be using someone else's phone, so you'd be gambling with someone else's money. Also, I just got informed, most of these accounts make you either have facial ID, thumbprint, or password technology to use. But I mean, if you've got someone using underage, they're using someone else's device, there's no way they can really benefit out of that device. So I don't see the angle there.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another level of comfort provided. Most of these applications, most of these. So we'll move on. I think I've sort of covered that. If anyone thinks that that is an issue, well, now they can certainly. But back to the funds that I had asked about that were created. I were told there are 3 different funds created in this piece of legislation. What are the names of those funds?
Senator from Johnson.
The Sports Wagering Receipts Fund, the White Collar Crime Fund, and the Privilege Fee Repayment Fund, sorry.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the White Collar Crime Fund would be used for prosecuting white-collar crimes? Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, it would go to the AG for prosecuting, white-collar crime.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you give me an example or two of what a white-collar crime would be? It's interesting to me, Mr. President, that we're looking at passing legislation that we know there are going to be some crimes committed because of the legislation we're passing. So we're establishing a fund to fight the crimes. Not comfortable with that. But what, again, back to my question, what would be some type of, or what examples would be of white-collar crimes?
Senator from Johnson.
It's basically money laundering or using funds for illegal activities. That would then fall under the White Colored Crime Fund. It would allow the Attorney General then to prosecute. That's what that money would be there for.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on from that fund, I could ask a lot of questions, but I'm not going to because it is, as has already been mentioned, same as it was in 2007 when I was over on the other side of the Capitol. We were discussing gambling in the state of Kansas in the middle of the night, and this is not really a pleasant thing for us to do, but we're doing it. And so another fund, you mentioned a privilege fee replacement fund, if I heard correctly. And then I heard earlier that we would not, as a state, be on the hook for repaying any privilege fee in a lawsuit that we lost. So I'm a little foggy on that. If someone could help me, if the carrier could help me understand a little bit about that, please.
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, it's for the person who, the historic horse racing, to pay the privilege fee in case there was the lawsuit.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not following here. So this privilege fee repayment fund in the state treasury would be controlled by the person who establishes additional gambling through horse racing or horse racing track in Sedgwick County. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding how they would control this fund. Maybe I misheard. Could I get a little follow-up on that.
Senator from Johnson.
State treasurer would be the holder of the money. The historic racetrack owner would pay the privilege fee to the state. They would hold the money, and then if the casino needed to be paid back, they would pay them back. Is that correct?
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still, sorry, I guess maybe my brain's in a fog. I'm not following some of the, or several of these things. A question that I do want to ask. It was mentioned earlier that there's currently a lot of offshore betting that's happening here in Kansas. If we pass Senate Bill 84, is that offshore betting going to end?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, I mean, some of it will. You know, what'll happen is that they'll be able to have the opportunity to use one of the apps here in Kansas and be able to participate locally in Kansas on games through the casino. You know, this has gone on in 31 other states, and we've seen what the revenue's doing in other states. This is money that we're estimating that's just passing us up. I believe many Kansans will, and I've seen texts, I've seen from different individuals, they've texted me. I'm sure every one of you've seen emails or know someone that said they would use these platforms. And I'm guessing these casinos wouldn't spend money to, and people wouldn't use them. This is probably the hottest way to gamble on sports today. Is it going on? Yeah. We just had a national championship basketball team, and we had a lot of people that gambled on that game, and they did it in other states or offshore. And, you know, we missed out on a piece of that in our state. A couple of years ago, we had a Super Bowl team, and we missed out on probably another big chunk. Before that, the Royals won the World Series. I mean, we've had 2 back-to-back Super Bowls, and then we had back-to-back World Series. Who knows what's next? You know, we've got a NASCAR track here in Kansas. This is going on in 31 other states, but not Kansas. This money we're missing out on, and it's in the millions of dollars. I guess to some people that's not a lot of money, but I think that's a lot of money, and I think it could do a lot of good in Kansas. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, it did originally answer my question early on when the answer was some of the offshore betting will go away. I had heard earlier, Mr. President, that there are only a couple locations in the state of Kansas that would qualify for this gambling, and I don't think any of them are close to northwest Kansas or southwest Kansas or southeast Kansas or south central Kansas, and I can't see people driving a long distance to place a $100 bet or whatever type of a bet. And we heard about the success of our sports teams. Hey, hurrah, I'm really thrilled that the Kansas City Royals, the Kansas City Chiefs, the KU Jayhawks have won some championships. Teams that I support, teams I cheer for. But I don't really see what that has to do with the amount of betting that would happen at these particular locations, because I can assure you people from where I live aren't going to drive 3 hours to place a small bet at one of these facilities. So that didn't really provide a level of comfort for me either. Now, I think I know the answer here, but I think it's beneficial to ask in a public setting, how much money from this gambling would go to the state general fund?
Senator from Johnson.
20%, hang on. After the initial transfer of the $750 to the white-collar crime fund of the sports wagering, 20% then would go to the state general fund. But the money that's going to commerce could be swept back to the state general fund. could be used. There's no reason why it couldn't. I mean, you look at the way we sweep things around here, you know, they've done it from the Problem Gaming Addiction Fund. I mean, we do it every day as we did today.
Senator Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that sounds like not very much money, back to talking about very much money. At me as an individual, yep, a lot of money. But us as a state with a $20 billion all funds budget, a little bit of money that we're talking about is not going to be that much. And I'm not certain that, as the senator from Reno mentioned, that it's worth destroying some lives. It's difficult for me, Mr. President, to support any legislation that we know will destroy lives. How do we know this will destroy lives? Well, we establish a problem gambling and addictions fund, and we put some of the gambling money into this problem gambling and addictions fund, hoping to mitigate some of the damages that we're going to create in some homes, in some lives, as has been mentioned previously. And I remember the debate in 2007. I've heard it many times in various other news stories across the country where someone got addicted to gambling, or someone's, male or female, and then there were marital problems, there were financial problems, there was spousal abuse, child abuse, divorces, bankruptcies. Many things are created by gambling. So for us as a state to expand that, we've already got it. I'm not going to say we should back up on it. Well, no, I am going to say we should back up on it, but we're not going to back up on it. But we've got this fund because we know lives are going to be destroyed. I'm not willing, Mr. President, to support legislation that I know going in is going to destroy lives. Now, yeah, we can say, like the senator from Reno said, well, these may be people we don't know. These are people that their faces, you know, they're just sort of a blank face, just sort of a statue out there. Well, I thought about that, and I will always remember something that I saw on television years and years ago. This is going to take some of you back to much younger days, some of you back before you were born. Sorry about that. I guess I'm getting older. But black and white television, Alfred Hitchcock. As a young person, I watched a television show. I like to watch Alfred Hitchcock because there wasn't foul language. There weren't the gory scenes. That was sort of early sci-fi, if you will, but there wasn't the gore. There was just always that suspense. During the show, it was always in black and white. It seemed like the men were always slender, tall guys dressed in a black suit, a black hat. There was always that fog that was in the streets at night. One of these guys stopped by a house, knocked on a door. A young lady, young gentleman, married couple, came to the door. He reached out, he said, here's a package for you. And they stepped back and they kind of looked at it and said, well, what is this? They said, well, this is a box. It's got a red button on the top of it, which they could see that. We couldn't see it because it was in black and white. But I want you to take this and consider the benefits that you would have from this black box. And they looked at it and they couldn't figure out, well, how would there be any benefit? The guy in the shadows explained, well, take this. I will leave it here for 7 days. If in that 7 days you push this button on the top of this box, you will receive $10,000 cash. Well, it would be more equivalent to like $100,000 today, which would be a lot of money to a young couple. But you will receive $10,000 cash money. Well, they brightened up and thought, well, duh, this is a no-brainer. But there's something you need to know. When you push that button, you're going to receive $10,000. But someone you do not know is going to die. That made it a little more intense. He handed it to him, walked away. Then the television show goes through several days. Of course, as the drama and the entertainment would have it, they had issues. They had a little bit of discussion at the very beginning. We're going to set this over here on the side table. We're not going to touch it. They're going to come back and get it in 7 days. We're not going to push a button and kill somebody. But things happen. Car repairs come up that they couldn't afford. One of them lost a job. And it was probably the man because back at that time, a lot of ladies didn't work. So they started having several financial struggles, and he was out looking for a job one day, and she thought, you know, I really should push this, and she contemplated and talked to herself, but she didn't. He come home discouraged. They talked some more about, you know, we could push this, but one of them reminded the other one, but someone's going to die when we push this button. And so then she went shopping with a little bit of money that they did have, and he was sitting there with his hands in his head in his hands, thinking about, well, if I were to push this button, all of our financial troubles would be immediately over. But he didn't. She came back. Then a few days later, just the day before the guy was to come back to pick up the box with the button on the top, the man was gone, and the woman, in desperation, in tears, decided to push the button. She looked around. Nothing happened. Kind of anticlimactic. At the end of the 7 days, the guy showed up, the shadowy guy again. You got the fog and the dark night, and he said, I see that you pushed the button. Here's a briefcase with your $10,000. Opened it, and you could see the $10,000. He took the box from them and started to walk away. And just as he turned to walk away, the husband said, sir, what are you going to do with that box? He turned back to him. He said, I'm going to give this to someone you do not know. What's the moral of the story? Someone had passed away, according to this show, because they had pushed a button. Sure, they gained $10,000, but now they were all nervous because someone they did not know was going to have the same scenario presented to them. My point in telling that, Mr. President, is someone we do not know, a faceless person, their life will be destroyed. We pass this legislation. Will it be this year? I don't know. Likely. Will it be the next year? Could well be. How many years will it go with someone's life? So I don't think it's, Mr. President, just one life going to be destroyed. It's going to be multiple lives that will be destroyed because of gambling. We know gambling's addictive. We know that's the reason we regulate it. We know that's the reason we established a problem gambling and addictions fund. And I realize that could be said about other things. We're not talking about other things, alcohol, drugs, whatever. We're talking about gambling tonight. So, Mr. President, I will not be voting for Senate Bill 84, just in case anyone hadn't figured that out by now. I thought I would spell that out very clearly. But I would ask each one to consider, are you willing to pass something that will bring, yes, a few bucks to the state of Kansas? But, as we've already been told, there will be some white crimes that will be committed because we're establishing a white crimes fund to fight against these white crimes, to provide the funding for the Attorney General's office. There will be some lives destroyed because we're establishing a problem gambling and addictions fund. There's likely to be a lawsuit against the state, and we are told that, well, it won't cost us. We won't have to be paying back those privilege fees because one of the 4 gaming zones that have been established in the state of Kansas now would have expanded gambling. So, of course, the casino manager operator is going to bring a lawsuit to receive their privilege fee back, plus interest, as is established in the piece of legislation. So with that, even though it's only 12:40 in the morning, and I could continue on, I think I've probably said sufficient enough to communicate my thoughts, and I hope, honestly, seriously, each one of my colleagues will consider their vote and what the potential ramifications could be for passage of Senate Bill 84. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, you want to respond before I go on?
I would like to respond a little bit. You know, the people of Havana or anywhere else in this state of Kansas, they can use the app, and I think most people would. They wouldn't have to drive to the kiosk. I just want to make that statement. And I guess I wasn't old enough to see them shows, but also today, this is going on in people's houses. This is their entertainment. You know, every generation changes You know, I used to like to go to the movies. Kids don't go to the movies anymore. The sports, it is probably the thing right now, and people are wagering. They're doing it in 31 other states, so I'll let other people talk.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Mr. President, there we go. Thank you. Um, I, I need to comment on the senator from Montgomery, his scenario there. I think I saw that show. It was on Twilight Zone. I think I saw that actually. And we are talking about people's lives. Mr. President, I have stood and sit in this chamber, and when we talk about destroying lives, there was this lady that when I met her, an elderly lady, she was receiving $114 in food stamps, Mr. President. And we have reduced and reduced and reduced in this chamber that she got down to $14, Mr. President. And so when I would leave here sometime and go home on the weekend, I would just stop by and put $20 in her, knock on the door and give it to her. There are many, many, many things that destroy lives, Mr. President. I've been here long enough to remember other debates on opening casinos, and we talked about all the negative things that would occur. I know in my area, I am following. I live in Wichita, Cedric County. I have followed any legislation we pass here. I track it. I want to see, did we do a good thing for the people in the state of Kansas? And so far, the reports on these casinos that have opened, they're doing good. And I haven't heard reports from DCF or any other entity that lives were destroyed. Mr. President, we can go into Dillon's right now, any grocery store, and you walk in and you can put your money in a machine and get lotto tickets. You can do that now anywhere. So to that point, though, we've talked about a lot of negative things. I live in Wichita. I live in Kansas. We don't have mountains. We don't have beaches. We don't have all those other glittery things. We talk about keeping our young people here, Mr. President. I remember when the Greyhound Park closed. I know some of those people that lost their jobs. Mr. President, I am looking at Senate Bill 84 as an economic development bill, creating jobs. It will do that. We've got to do something. It's like a ghost town in some of the areas where I live. Buildings are closing. Out at Town West, our major mall, it's closing. People aren't doing what they used to do. So we've got to do something different to grow our economy. We've talked about all the negative things. And I do, Mr. President, I have a question for the gentleman from Johnson who is carrying Senate Bill 84. And can you just elaborate a little bit more on the jobs this bill will create and the funding that will go to our state? Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's going to be many jobs that are created, you know, from building the apps to working in the facilities. The casinos really, this is the place for it. This isn't like buying a lottery ticket. When you do wagers, there's odds, there's spreads. they're going to need many people to work in their operations. The historic horse racing is going to, revitalize, and there's going to be a lot of money spent in our state creating a lot of good jobs, getting the facility up and bringing it together. This bill will give people the opportunity to use the platforms here in Kansas. And I look at I do things in my life that I go and enjoy, set money aside to take trips, and, you might play the slots or have your fun money. And, everybody does it different, and that's their choice, how to spend their money, how to live their life. But I think this bill creates a lot of jobs in this state. It's going to be a real economic boom. I think the other senator from Sedgwick said it right, that we've got an industry in this state that, they're racing horses in Iowa, they're racing them in Oklahoma, they're going to be racing them in Nebraska, everywhere else. This industry drives right out of our state, spends money in other states. So I think the senator from Sedgwick's right. It's going to be a great deal of revenue, redoing the facilities and all the wages and good jobs it'll be paying.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, and I'll close with this. The buildings are deteriorating. And it would bring vibration back to that area. It would draw people in. We hear about build it and they will come. I've heard for years that when we do things like this, it's going to put people in the poorhouse. It's going to create more crime. But all of that is already around us, Mr. President. There are so many people here tonight in this chamber, everywhere, where they will benefit one way or another. Their clients will. But, Mr. President, I am supporting this legislation for job creation for so many that I know lost their jobs through the COVID pandemic, and just to revitalize the city I live in here in the state of Kansas, and I do support the legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the carrier would please answer some questions. I'd like to start with, what was the discussion with regard to minors and gambling by the committee?
Senator from Johnson.
The bill does not allow minors to use the facilities or participate in sports wagering or historic horse racing.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've spent a little bit of time talking about creating jobs by developing apps. We know that the group of people that use the most apps on their phones and on their laptops are youth. So was there any discussion at all about youth and gambling on mobile apps?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The apps verify the age. The casinos are going to verify the age that you're at least 21 and that you do qualify. They've got multiple ways of doing that. I looked, I've got a spreadsheet here of several hoops. It's no different than verifying for a lot of things. We do our age and who we are. It's a lot simpler today with the technology. I normally take a picture and text it, but some people FaceTime it. There's a lot of ways You can use your driver's license. They can verify who you are. Facial recognition software today. Actually, when I was first in the legislature in the House, I was actually pretty amazed because our facial recognition software, when you go in to get your driver's license renewed, they give you a piece of paper while they're scanning you against the whole database, making sure you're you. And you'd be amazed. I've seen kind of a backdoor program of how that works over at Revenue. And that was probably 17 years ago. So I can only imagine in this day how quick, how modern that works. But, you know, all these apps would be using that kind of software.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it illegal for minors to purchase cigarettes?
Senator from Johnson.
You know, I don't even know what that has to do. It is illegal.
Thank you.
We know that. And, you know, I don't know that that's a question dealing with sports wagering or historic horse racing. I guess you're making a point.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am making it a point. Is it illegal for minors to purchase vaping materials?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm guessing it is. I don't even know what that is.
Senator from Miami.
Well, vaping is a means of someone to consume oftentimes a tobacco liquid, and they inhale it with a mixture of heated moisture. In fact, vaping became such a problem that our school districts and our communities began suing the producers of vaping materials because it is illegal for minors to not only purchase but to consume vaping. So the point that I'm making is, though we've been told it's illegal for minors to gamble, the facts are out there that at a very rapid rate, gambling is becoming a growing problem for minors. Approximately 4 to 5% of youth ages 12 to 17 meet one or more criteria for having a gambling problem. Another 10 to 14% are at risk of developing an addiction. Pathological teen gambling, again, 4 to 7% of teens displaying gambling problems. And those high schoolers have twice the rate of gambling problems as adults. So we have that addiction fund. It's designed for adults. So who would it be that parents or schools or whomever would sue when students are gambling on the apps? Because studies have been shown that most 14-year-olds, if given the app, can work their way through it, even though it's for adults only.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. When she was asking her question a second ago about vaping, I didn't hear it as vaping. Definitely vaping is illegal for minors. I just want to clarify that. I thought I heard something else. On the app, number one, a minor is not going to be able to retrieve the money that has to be, it's only an adult with that. So if a minor somehow gets his dad's phone, he's playing on his dad's money. Now, is there money for him in the addiction fund? I don't know. It's illegal for minors to gamble. It's illegal for them to drink beer under the age of 21. It's illegal for them to get cigarettes. It's illegal for them to do a lot of things. And kids do it, and it's sad. A lot of times, you know, when they get caught, they're punished. They work through that with their family. But I don't really see that this has anything to do with the sports wagering app. They do verifications to check and make sure that you're 21 and you meet the criteria to be able to be a member on the app to gamble. So I don't know if that answers her question or if she wants to go on with another.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know about addiction. That's why we have an addiction fund. The history of the state of Kansas and gambling is that the addiction fund was for adults because the way in which you would gamble was that you would go into a facility. They could visually, physically look at that identification and make that judgment and determination whether to allow the person in entrance to gamble or not. That's not the case with the app gambling. If a retailer sells cigarettes or vaping materials to a minor, they're fined, they're punished. But this is something that the state is saying we haven't spent any time to come up with the precautions. We haven't come up with a way to address the growing addiction for minors. And all we have to do is look at those states that are making it legal on the apps to know about the growth of minor gambling. It seems to me very short-sighted that we will set up 3 funds, but we will ignore the obvious, and that is how it will impact our families because our children are taking advantage of this effort to legalize gambling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, I would say it's very unlikely a minor be able to gamble on the app or at the kiosks. They're probably more likely to somehow get a lottery ticket at a gas station than to be able to gamble on sports wagering and get the money. In my understanding, what the lottery has, if they go buy a lottery ticket and they're able to do that, they're not going to be able to cash it in because they don't meet the age, and so they're unable to. But I don't believe the lottery has a penalty. Maybe it does. Maybe, I don't know if they throw them in jail, throw away the key, or if there's some penalty for that. But I think kids, they do a lot of things they're not supposed to, and I think prayer helps a lot.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to address a few things in relation to the claim that this is going to be good for economic development. I agree it will be. For the people who own the casinos and those who are running the gaming, you bet it's going to be gangbusters for them. But not for the state of Kansas. We've seen that. And not for Kansans. I don't know what kind of economic development program a state would sanction by knowingly and willingly breaking a contract. I'm chair of commerce. I want to attract businesses to the state of Kansas. I don't know what business is going to knowingly want to enter into a contract with the state of Kansas when we rewrite statutes to knowingly and willingly break the contract. And our Attorney General weighed in on this back in 2016 when this first became an issue. And I'd like to quote from the Attorney General's opinion, quote, "Where a valid contract with the state has been entered into in pursuance of a legislative enactment, a subsequent legislature cannot enact a law which provides for an abrogation of the contract." I don't think that's good economic development when we knowingly break contracts like that. And if this is truly about hey, there's something illegal going on out here. Why don't we make it legal and benefit financially from it? I ask this body, what's next? And not to be flippant, Mr. President, but what would be different than saying, instead of being the 33rd state to legalize this type of activity, why don't we become the second state and legalize prostitution? Want to talk about gangbusters and job creation? What's the difference and what's next? Far from being an economic development plan, I would argue it is exactly the opposite, except for a few select people. And that's not who I represent. I represent the people of Kansas and the state of Kansas, not the casino owners. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, I mean, partial of her comments, I just totally disagree with. And I don't represent any casino owner. I represent the people of the 23rd District, which I've represented for the last 12 years. And before that, I represented the 26th District. And I'll be honest with you, you know, we're saying our Kansans are not smart enough to use an app that has a geofence that 31 other states, that there's millions of people using, that they see the ads on TV, the games are on TV, and now they want to participate in them. And they do. They're doing them online. They're not smart enough to do that. Or if they're at a NASCAR race or a Sporting Kansas City game, they can't participate. But they could go down to Quick Trip and buy a Powerball ticket at the kiosk, or they can buy a scratch-off ticket at the kiosk or behind the counter. Well, this is going on right now in our state, offshore, other states, collecting the revenue. All we're doing will allow the state to collect the revenue that it's deserved, so we can use it for the people of Kansas. I think it's outrageous. 31 other states have already passed it. They've seized the opportunity. Other states around us will too. I mean, I remember a few years ago when we passed the kiosks, and we're all happy to spend the money. I mean, the cup's running over here, and we're spending. I mean, really, some of the bills we spent, and I participated in that. And this is money that's been gambled right now in this state. But we're saying, hey, our citizens are not smart enough to use an app that's managed by a casino. And believe me, there's odds. There's a reason why it's not like a lottery ticket or a Powerball ticket. They might not cover the spread, and then you're out 9 or 10, 15, 20 million. You won't like that end of it either. There's a lot of risks that the casinos are taking for the reward they will be getting. I think it's time to let Kansans participate and use these apps just as they do buying a ticket at Quick Trip or wherever, their gas station or their local venue. They play Keno. I mean, we're playing the Keno. There's people in this state, I think it goes every so many minutes, and they can go pick their number, put their ticket in, but yet we're not allowing them to pick their favorite football team, some of the different wagers. Yeah, you can do it. You got to do it on an offshore platform where someone else benefits completely. Yeah, I think Kansans are very smart, and they know how to use this. And I tell you what, I think Kansans want this, and they're watching this. And they're upset that we haven't done it yet. I'll wait for the next question.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with a lot of what has been said about the social ills caused by this, and very, very concerned about that. Set that aside, and if we're truly just talking about the money and the revenues that are coming to the state of Kansas, we are negotiating on behalf of our constituents in the state of Kansas. And it has been mentioned there's 31 other states that are already doing this and have been operating successfully. But there are two ways to go about this. The casinos can own it, and we take a small percentage, 10%, like is in this bill, or the lottery can own the app. And you look at the track records of states where the lottery runs this gaming app, and they're making 10 to 20 times more revenue than the states who are just merely taxing it the same way we would do in this bill. Take the state of Oregon, for example, which has a very similar situation to us. The lottery runs it. The tax revenue per millions of dollars wagered is $87,260. Then you look down to West Virginia, who has a 10% tax on the proceeds, and they're only making $6,000 per $1 million revenue. That's 14.5 times more. So just to make this very short and sweet, if we're going to do this and it's purely about the money, why are we negotiating a horrible deal for the state of Kansas and our residents if it's purely about the revenue? I don't support this bill for that reason and for all the social ills that go along with it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one further standing, Senator from Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, 31 other states are doing this. You've heard different comments. Why don't we run it through the lottery? Well, when you're dealing with wagering on sports and games, there's odds. And to set them odds, you need to have the right professionals doing it. I think it puts a lot of risk at the state for us to take that part of it. New Jersey, I believe it was, their first week they lost $9 million. I think right now people are doing it in Kansas and we're missing out on this revenue. I mean, we've had a great conversation tonight about, the problem addiction fund here. I mean, we've probably put 85 or 90 million in it from the casinos, and I bet you we've paid out less than 6 or 7 million over the whole time this fund's been in existence to actually help people over the long period of time. Most of that money went to fill our budget and backlog it. I think we have something that would be great for Kansans to be able to use these apps, use them on a daily basis when they want to wager, instead of doing it offshore or other ways. I think Kansas are smart enough how to use these. I don't think minors are going to be able to access them. There's much easier ways for them to gamble than to use these platforms. I think the historic racing would be very beneficial and create jobs in this state. I think the Supreme Court will make the right decision, and I think there's no risk to the state. So with that, Mr. President, I'll leave it up to the wisdom of the body. I'm tired and wore out, and it's time to move on, so
Motion's been made. We'll hold for final action. We'll return to order of business and messages from the House real quick. Messages from the House clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of HCR 5037. The House adopts the Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2510. The House adopts the Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2106. The House concurs in Senate amendments to S sub for House Bill 2495. The House adopts the Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 34. The House adopts the Conference Committee Report on H sub for Senate Bill 19. The House adopts the Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 331. House Concurrent Resolution 5037, a concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2022 regular session of the Legislature.
We'll now return to our final conference committee report. Chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand for Senate Sub 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. The time is late or early, depending on how you look at it. I am hoping that everybody knows where they are going to vote on this and that we don't have a long conversation about where they feel they land. And I will make this short. This is just the KEMA bill that started with 541. We do have a couple of sections from, or one section from 489 that law enforcement wanted out of the Chapter 65, that where they could be mandated to go and take someone out of their home for a quarantine or isolation. That is in this bill, and it also has the mask mandate where no government official or public, or no government entity or public official could require a mask mandate or COVID vaccination passport. And there are a couple of technical amendments from where the court had struck down or the 72-hour or 7-day time period, and this is just to satisfy that where it is in a reasonable time. And with that, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 34, and I will stand for questions if there are any, and hopefully there aren't too many.
Questions for Senator from Cherokee, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question. You mentioned about the prohibiting the face mask, and could you, would that be just dealing with COVID, or is that more extensive in this bill?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That would be for any infectious or contagious disease.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And what would fall into the category of an infectious or contagious disease?
Senator from Cherokee.
COVID would be a good example.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Measles?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That could fall under that, but I do not remember the last time that we've had a mandatory face mask order put out. So, but yes, that could fall under that.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I thought it was it's interesting that with measles, they're so infectious that if a person with measles walks into a room of 100 unvaccinated people, 90 of them will get measles. So so in the case of measles, there would be no mask mandate. How about mumps, rubella, chickenpox, SARS, MERS, pertussis, diphtheria, TB? They're all contagious airborne diseases that can result in serious illnesses, complications, and death. But there wouldn't be any possibility of ever having anyone in any governmental position mandate mask. Is this correct?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct. That would be the case. I would remind the body that until COVID-19, at least as long as I can remember, all those have been around. And COVID-19 was the first time that we had mandatory mask mandates and the lines. So not sure that would change anything.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So you referred to just with COVID that we've had mask mandates of some type. Would that be true? So you're saying that for a fact this not happen in our prisons at any time?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That I have no knowledge of.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I think one thing that we have learned from COVID is that masks do have an impact. That the general public, when they're using them, that they have had less, we have had less communicable diseases in our schools and in public settings as we've used those. This is a tool that should be available for our for our health officials in our communities to use, and yet with this bill, we are prohibiting them to make those decisions in our prisons. Does that also cover our juvenile detention centers?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. It would include that. There is nothing in this bill that says you could not ask someone or recommend someone to wear a mask. This just prohibits, for example, the governor or the secretary of KDHE from mandating a mask mandate.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I do believe this bill goes further than just the governor or the secretary of KDHE. Would that be correct?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct. I was just using that as an example.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, let's go. So, since could the carrier bill cover all the people that no longer can issue any kind of mandate? It just has to be a request for masks?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to make sure I understood the question. So if I answer it incorrectly, it's just because I misunderstood the question. But yes, if someone wanted to have a mask mandate, if it's a government entity or a public official, they could not issue a mask mandate. They can only recommend.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So that would be anyone. So that would be any government official at a prison, any government official that at a juvenile detention center, any person that is an authority at a school, even if there was an outbreak of any of those communicable diseases that I've mentioned before. I know in my own community, there was just recently an outbreak of TB, and that would then say it would restrict those local public health officials from issuing any kind of mask mandate. Is that correct?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, this bill just goes too far. This is the furthest reaching ban on face masks for any state to pass into legislation in the United States to date. There's been no other state that has banned states or local governments from mandating masks. Banning mask mandates for all infectious disease is extremely problematic. And I think that we need to continue to make sure that we are not going too far in a reaction to a pandemic that in 2020, March of 2020, I don't believe that there could be anyone in this room that could say they knew what it was going to be like in the next day or the next week or the next month. But we now look back and say, well, we would do it differently, or we don't want to have these tools available. We don't know what lays in our future And communicable diseases are a reality, and our elected officials should have the ability to make decisions for the safety of Kansans. And I think we have learned that we need those in place. They've been there for a long time. Now we're saying they have no authority to make those kinds of decisions, and it's really not for the safety of our Kansans.
Senator Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, being on the Ag and Natural Resources Committee for 4 years now, I've tried to think in terms of how issues come up, how they're going to affect our farmers and our ag producers. So in regards to this, I'm wondering under this proposal how we're going to handle foreign animal disease investigations. This is a kind of situation where we've got a diseased animal from outside the state that we don't know what is going on with them. Currently, what happens, the animal health veterinarians wear PPE that protects, you know, from the spread or exposure to themselves of viruses or whatever else the animal might be carrying while they're working on them. And they typically, currently, are using a full body Tyvek suit along with well-fitting masks. And it's considered that without this protection, that it would be infectious, potentially a zoonotic kind of situation, meaning that that infection could easily transfer from animals to humans. So I'm wondering, what would we do in this kind of situation under your proposal?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing would change because this bill does not say that you cannot use protective equipment. It just says you cannot make a mandate to require someone else to do that.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you. The concern is a zoonotic problem, meaning that if one person chooses not to use the PPE while they're working on the animal, it could affect the whole world like we've just been through.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, no matter what the scenario is in that case, this does not affect the past of someone choosing to put on the PPE. Right now, I guess, using that theory, they could not do it right now, and there's nothing to stop them. So this does not change that.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Okay. It's a public health issue at that point. Okay. If you don't care, I guess you don't care.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the last 2 years, we've seen a lot in response to the recent pandemic. I was proud to serve on the Special Interim Committee on Government Overreach and the Impact of COVID-19 Mandates. And during those hearings, we heard for days from Kansans across this state about just that. The impact on their daily lives, on their family, on their jobs, on school children, the impact of COVID-19 mandates. And what we heard was not pretty. And then we called ourselves back as a legislature for the first time in Kansas history to address the government overreach. And we successfully passed through and enacted into law a response to some of that government overreach. That was in November of 2021, and still the overreach continued. So during this 2022 legislative session, we introduced a bill in the Senate Judiciary Committee, and that was Senate Bill 541. A lot of the contents of Senate Bill 541, which passed successfully out of Senate Judiciary Committee, it then passed successfully out of the Senate, and it passed, now it is in this conference committee report that is in front of us. A lot of Senate Bill 541 is, not all of it, but the provisions of 541 that have passed, those same provisions, not all of them again, are in this conference committee report. Senate Bill 541 passed because, again, in Senate Judiciary Committee, we had a full day of hearings from Kansas. What has been the impact of government response to the COVID-19 pandemic? What has that response been like for you? We heard from Kansans from across the state and of all ages, from all different kinds of profession, all different walks of life. And again, the stories were not pretty about how government response negatively impacted Kansans' lives. So then we had a day of hearing on the bill itself. And again, we worked that and we got it out of committee. So the reason that conference committee report is before us is because Kansans have asked that we put guidelines in place that this doesn't occur again. And that's why you hear the language of in response to a contagious or infectious disease, because we don't know what the next virus will be. But we know there will be a government response. And we have liberties, we have freedoms that need protecting from that government overreach. That is what Kansans have asked for. You have the opportunity to decide if you want to wear a mask in response. You have the opportunity to decide how to live your life and how to go about doing that. So the bill is reasonable, and it takes into account what that next thing might look like and what your government response might be. So I'll be standing, and I do stand in support of this conference committee report and the bill, and I want to thank the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee for taking this up in conference committee and for the work they have done to advance this. And it is in a good position to move forward for the people of Kansas, having passed the House already and now before us. So I would ask your support, vote yes in favor of the conference committee report. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one question for the carrier of the amendment, of the bill,
State your question. Yeah.
The Animal Health Commissioner sent me a text message saying that they have investigated 7 different cases of avian flu that's highly pathogenic this year so far, and him and his staff are required to wear a mask and protective covering. The question he asked is he in violating the law by making those people wear their mask and their protective covering?
Senator from Cherokee.
Mr. President, I do apologize. I got lost in the question. I thought I knew where he was going, and then he didn't change directions, but my mind changed directions for me. So if he wouldn't mind restating that for me, I would appreciate it.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question was, the Animal Health Commissioner and his staff have been out investigating cases of avian flu, which they've already had uncovered 7 flocks. They are required to wear a mask and protective covering and when they're out there doing their job. Are they breaking any law by leaving it the way it is, or are they exempted?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. They're not breaking any laws by wearing protective gear. Now, if there is a mandate for them to wear protective gear, then if this bill was to pass, if someone put a mandate in that they did it, that could.
Senator from Sedgwick.
The task is they are required to wear a mask and protective covering.
rules of engagement when they're out there in the field investigating infectious diseases.
Senator from Cherokee.
I guess that would depend on who's making the rule and who's requiring them to do that.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, the Animal Health Commissioner, that's the regulation they have to following. He's following the rules that they have to wear a mask and protective covering. So is he committing a crime or violating the law? Or how are they going to interpret that?
For Chair's clarity, are you asking the employees of or the agency having to wear them while they're doing the investigation? Because I'm not sure I'm following either, to make sure he's following.
The staff, yeah.
The staff. If the staff wear, if they're, Senator from Cherokee.
So if this bill passes, if someone mandates that they have to wear a face mask, then that would be a violation. If it's a government entity or a public official, that would be a violation of this bill.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I interpret that as that's a violation. There's a violation taking place because it is required according to the rules of engagement.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. They can always recommend and they can always still do it. That is not a violation.
Senator from Sedgwick.
All right. Thank you very much.
Further questions for the Senator from Cherokee? Senator from Reno. Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I might, I would like to lend a little input into the last scenario. Number one, in a situation like that, I don't see the employee wanting to refuse to wear a mask. Number one. Number two, you do need to assess what kind of mask you're wearing. The situation thrown out was a virus. Viruses tend to have diameters of 100 to 200 microns. Your typical cloth mask, your typical surgical mask does not filter out a particle of that size. So even if at that, you have to look at the process, the regulations, what the equipment required is to see if it's done right. And then it gets into sterile technique as well. And so it's a complicated process. One of the major points of this whole situation is that we've not followed the scientific information over the past 2 years. We've had some very weak studies that have pulled out data from populations of people that was then misconstrued as showing that masks work for viruses. They just don't. We've known that from large studies through the decades. We can measure the pores in the masks. We understand sterile technique. But I do think when we run into bills that seem problematic for some, we try to come up with scenarios that can shoot holes in it, no pun intended, and cause problems. I really don't see there being a problem in the scientific arena of getting an employee to wear a mask when the person knows it could or could potentially be in their best interest. And that gets back to like you say, the last 2 years. We've forced people to do things that they knew didn't make a difference. Our constitutional rights, our right to do what we think is in our best interest is always paramount. And this is not about banning masks. It's not about banning anything. It's about individual right to make a choice. And it's a great opportunity to just step back for a second and assess the science, assess the reality of viruses and our ability to filter them with masks, or in this case, our inability to filter them with masks. And so I would encourage folks to stand up for individual liberty, to stand up for each person's right to make the best decision for them and their family, and realize that we've been through a difficult period where politics and science got inverted. And like it was so eloquently stated by the senator from Johnson County, we've been through a lot. The people have spoken. They want some boundaries put on what the government can do. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was an interesting discussion about employees under the animal health officer because as a employer, you want to make sure that your employees are staying as healthy as they can. Because one, you want them to come to work, and two, you will bear some of the costs, in this case, of health care. So it seems to me that those employers should be able to set standards, not just recommendations. I object to the other issues that will be caught up and other instances that will be caught up in this bill. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing no one further standing, Senator from Cherokee, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've already made my motion, so I will second.
Motion has been made. We will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. Conference committee reports on House sub for Senate Bill 84 and sub for Senate Bill 34. Clerk will read the titles.
Substitute for Senate Bill 34, an act concerning administrative rules and regulations. House substitute for Senate Bill 84, an act concerning gaming.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? We're gonna figure out, I think Mike's here, we'll find him, but I'll take explanation while we're waiting. Or does anybody wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Can we get a preliminary count on 84?
Preliminary on 84 is 21 aye, 12 nay. Senator from Reno.
Can we get a preliminary vote on 34, please?
20 aye, 18 no. Any other explanations of vote as we wait? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Senate substitute for 84, no, I guess it's substitute for Senate Bill 84, Kansans are already betting on sports, but many do it through illegal platforms that take money out of our state, or they drive to other states from districts like mine on the border to do destination sports betting. Sports betting is not for everyone. Some like games like Texas Hold'em, some like slot machines, some like craps. This is just another avenue for avid players, and it's time for us to legalize sports betting in Kansas. I particularly like the ability of the local VFW and American Legion halls, we didn't talk about that much, to enter into marketing agreements with the casinos to make a little extra revenue. And I'll add that even with Hollywood Casino and the Speedway in my Senate District 5, we still have enough space and infrastructure for a new professional football stadium. I'd like my words spread across the journal.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
No on 84, aye on the remainder.
Explanation of vote. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. I would like to change my vote on 34 from no to aye.
Senator from Reno.
Can I have another preliminary vote on 34, please?
21 in favor, 18 opposed. Can you double check that? Because I think we had 20, at least this is my monitor. It should be 22, I think. But we'll double check the count. Any further explanation? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, I'll take my pass and aye on 34.
Any further explanation or changes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 23 having voted in favor and 17 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 34. 21 having voted in favor and 13 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 84. These having reached their constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Soltrop.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under the normal Senate protocol, you'd call on a senator in regards to the conference committee report. That conference committee report would be explained, and then a motion would be made to accept. I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to accept and do a brief explanation, and then stand for questions. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate substitute for House Bill 2597. In a year of record revenue, we've passed a very generous budget. Today, we passed a generous omnibus budget. Put $750 million into a rainy day fund. We fully funded CAPERS. We're adding another $1 billion to CAPERS. And yet, we still have an opportunity to return some of those funds back to the taxpayers of Kansas. So this doesn't have to be long, and it won't be painful. You've all heard this before. You've caucused on it. The contents of 2597 should all be known to you. So I'll go through it briefly. Listen up, and we'll go right through this. Senate substitute for House Bill 2597 would amend law related to income and sales tax and would enact the COVID-19 Retail Storefront Property Tax Act relief. The bill would amend law related to the standard deduction, taxation of Social Security benefits, retirement income, carryback net operating losses, the deductibility of certain federal disallowances related to employment tax credits, child day care services credit. The bill would amend law related to sales tax remittances, sales tax on certain utilities, and local sales taxes. So it's a wide variety. It's a variety of those for businesses, but it's also a variety of those for individuals. On the standard deduction, the bill would provide, beginning in tax year 23, the standard deduction amounts to be annually increased at the cost of living adjustment provided by Section 1F3 of the Internal Revenue Code. Anybody believe we don't have inflation? We need some adjustments. Social Security benefit income tax. The bill would expand the income tax exemption for certain Social Security benefits to phase out taxpayer eligibility for the exemption through a linear transition formula of $75,000 in federal adjusted gross income to $85,000. Again, inflation. In federal adjusted income for 23, beginning on 24, the upper bound of the transition would increase $5,000 each year. Retirement plan income taxes. The bill would create, beginning in tax year 23, a subtraction modification exempting up to $2,000, $4,000 for married filers joint of retirement plan income in that tax year. Carryback net operating loss. The bill would create a subtraction modification allowing taxpayers who carried back federal net operating losses in tax years of 2018 through 2020 to subtract such amounts from their income taxes for purposes of determining Kansas adjusted gross income. Employment credit disallowances. The bill would create income tax exemptions for 25% of the federal deduction allowances related to the federal work opportunity tax credit. Child daycare services credit. The bill would allow any income or privilege tax to claim the child daycare services credit and would permit taxpayers to claim 50% of expenditures paid to an organization providing child care to taxpayers' employees beginning in tax year 2022. Current law limits the credit to corporation income taxpayers and does not permit the credit for payments made to organizations. The bill would also raise the amount of annual credit for employers establishing and operating a facility either independently or in conjunction with other employers. Sales tax remittances. When you were in grade school, often in your classes, your teachers would say, look, Johnny's pulling hair, throwing spitballs. So class, we're not going out to recess. It's the same application right here. Our taxpayers are forced to prepay sales tax on expected sales. This was done to make certain the collection of sales taxes, but it's a punishment to all. We need to punish the violators, not those that play the game right. What this will do is this will allow persons to pay taxes only on sales that have in fact incurred. Sales tax on utilities. The bill would expand beginning in July 1 of 23, the state sales and use tax rate to 0% to residential and agricultural sales of gas, electricity, heat, and propane. Washburn University sales tax. This bill would provide that all sales tax subject to sales taxes imposed by cities and counties would be subject to sales tax imposed by Washburn. It's clarification. Atchison County approached us. They need relief for a vote that was taken there. The bill would authorize Atchison County to submit a question to voters to impose a sales tax up to 1% for purposes of funding joint law enforcement communications and solid waste disposal. COVID-19 retail storefront property tax relief. Based on what's happened over the last 2 years, we want to get rid of the food sales tax. Here's people that have lost their businesses. They've lost their livelihoods. We're trying to restore something for them because of the forced close down. The bill would enact the COVID-19 Retail Storefront Property Tax Act to provide for claims for refunds to be paid for tax years 20 and 21 for certain claimants that were operationally shut down or restricted at their retail storefront by COVID-19 related order or action imposed by the state, a local unit of government, or a local health officer. That's a summary of the content of this bill. With that, Mr. President, I'd stand for questions.
Motion is in order. There are questions for Senator from Sedgwick. Senator Ledbetter, Senator Pittman.
Mr. President, I'm just confused. Are we pulling a, this is probably more for you, are we pulling a bill out of a conference committee?
No, you have a unique position where so a conference committee was signed, so there's a signed conference committee report. A motion to adopt the report is in order at that point, and so that's what's being done. Process, if at the end of questions, it's a conference committee report, requires final action, we would go to final action and roll call.
And to satisfy the needs, would it be at 21 or is it at 27?
21, because it's a conference committee report, so it's a simple majority.
Got it. Thank you.
And this is in a House, 2597, it's a House bill, meaning it would have to be processed also in the House. This would be the first body.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a fiscal note on this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Yes, there is. On each portion. Standard deduction inflationary increases effective for 2023 is $1.9 million. Social Security benefit tax changes for 2023, $2 million. Retirement plan income tax subtraction modification, $9.7 million. The carryback NOL loss carry forward is only for 2018 and 2020. They can be carried back for 20 years. That amount is unknown. The employment credit disallowance for the work opportunity tax credit is also unknown. We're only allowing it at 25%. So it's a rough number of $25 million. The child daycare services credit changes, research is saying negligible. Sales tax estimated payments elimination, they'll show that's 191 all funds, 160 million SDF, but that's only a movement of the tax revenue. They don't lose a dime. They move the tax revenue from 22 to 23 because people will then be paying it on sales tax, sales that actually occur as opposed to estimates that have yet to occur. Commercial utility sales tax exemptions, 0 in '23, 55 million in '24. Washburn University sales tax, none. Atchison County sales tax, none. COVID retail storefront property tax, estimated 50 million. Those are the people that were shut down. They will have to make claims. It's not just a single report. They will have to show losses. They will have to prove their loss and support documentation required to get any assistance.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the conference committee report available from the Senate Secretary?
It is a signed report, so I think the answer to that is yes. Further questions, Senator from Douglas, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the conference committee report that was discussed and caucused on Friday, the last day of session in April, first week of April. All 6 conferees signed the report. I stand in support. I hope the body will support this legislation. And I appreciate the good senator from Sedgwick bringing the motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. As I listened to that list of costs associated with this tax bill, I quickly came up with at least $143.7 million in the first year. So my question would be, could you share with us, since we don't have it, that how do these continue in the off year, and do they increase or double or whatever?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I do apologize. I could not clearly hear exactly what you're saying, Senator.
I'm sorry, I can say it.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I'm sorry. I wrote down the fiscal notes that you provided for each section, some being unknown, but I came up with a rough estimate of $143.7 million in the first year. And so my question is, do those remain the same moving forward, or do they increase?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. They do increase somewhat. Again, I'm not sure where you came up with the total. The sales tax elimination or estimated payments elimination is $160 million, but there is no loss of revenue whatsoever. It's simply shifting it from 22 to 23. It is 160 SGF, again, moving it from 22 to 23. So there's no loss of funds there whatsoever. So first year is 1.9. Standard deduction, $2 million for Social Security, 9.7 for retirement. It's unknown on the net operating loss because it depends on how they file their taxes. It's estimated to be $25 million for the employment credit disallowance exemptions and $50 million for the storefront property tax fund. So to me, it's roughly $100 million.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I heard you say a 55 million as well as a 50 million. Was there 55? Of course, I don't have anything in writing. I'm just looking online, so I had to be writing this down as it went along. You mentioned just 50 this time. I thought I heard 55 prior to that, which would be the next to last on your list.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. 50 for the storefront, 25 for the work opportunity credit, and a balance of 1.9, 2, and 9.7.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. My question, though, was on these figures that you gave us, which is somewhere over 100 million. Do they increase in the out years?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and that's where I said 55 million on the commercial utility sales tax.
Senator from Wyandotte.
But if I may, the storefront property tax exemption is just a one-time cost. It's not 50 each year. So that does not repeat.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So the commercial utilities sales tax exemption goes from 55.8 in 24 to 62.1 in 25, and I would assume that this would continue to ratchet up. Would that be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, it does. As you can see, it goes roughly $7 million a year.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And thank you to the Senator from Lynn for this sheet. And back to the sales tax estimate elimination, that was, it looks like on this sheet that is $191.3 million in 23, and then zero after that. Is this correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's correct, because it's simply a shift. There's no change in the revenue that's the Department of Revenue will ultimately get. It's just a shift because you're prepaying sales taxes. Now we're going to just apply them to sales that have occurred. So they're going to move from 22 to 23. So it's a one-time occurrence. After that, there's no impact.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And then under the retirement plan income tax, it goes from 9.7 in 23 to 32.5 in 24, 33.5 in 25. So I'm going to assume it levels out and continues at that level thereout. Would this be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, that's correct. They do level out.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Staying at 33.5. Then on the Social Security benefit tax, you gave us in 23 $2 million, but in 24 it goes to 7.7, and then 25 it goes to 11.4. So it's appearing that this will continue to ratchet up. Is this correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
That's correct. And right now, again, if you have $75,001 of adjusted gross income, you're going to pay tax on the full $75,000 of Social Security benefits. If you're below that, you pay none. You pay none. We're trying to keep our elderly taxpayers in the state of Kansas. This is a benefit that we sorely need to apply and keep those people here. Yes, it does increase.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And lastly, it appears that on the standard deduction, it's, again, it was 1.9 in 23, but it goes to 8.4 in 24 and 15.1 in 25, so it will continue to ratchet up. Is this correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, yes, correct.
Senator from
If you
Wyandotte.
believe we have inflation, you'll be in support of these increased ratios to benefit our taxpayers.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I hope I've proved my point in that we have a major change in tax policy with over about 12 different pieces in it, and we are beginning to talk about it at 2 a.m. in the morning. I think this disservice to this body as well as to all Kansans. This certainly should not be dealt with at this time.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you have a response? If not, I have Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The hour is late. It's after 2 o'clock in the morning. We passed a budget today. We passed a lot of other conference committee reports. And here it looks like we're doing a pretty heavy tax bill that I don't know if we caucused on. We may have a while back. And I may have to go find the conference committee brief, but I don't think we thoroughly have gone over this. And we're talking about some pretty heavy tax policy, and I'll bet you anything, there's a lot of people in here that would like to vote for this bill, but they want to make sure they understand all the components of this bill. So, Mr. President, I'm going to make a substitute motion to not adopt the conference committee report and appoint new conferees to 2597.
Motion's in order. It is debatable. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solontrop.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're talking about $1.9 million to adjust standard deductions for inflationary factor. We're talking about $2 million. Social Security benefits. We're talking about $9.7 million for retirement plan benefits. We're talking about fairness in sales tax payments, paying them on actual sales tax as opposed to estimated. The balance of these costs are nothing. They're nothing. They go up in 24 and 25, but at a marginal rate, regulated by inflation. This is simple, practical tax policy in a year of record revenue. $750 million to a rainy day fund, fully funding capers. A very adequate budget passed a month or so ago, a generous omnibus budget as well. There's nothing sophisticated about this tax policy here tonight. And it's very, very affordable, and it's something we need to do for both individual taxpayers and businesses. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did caucus on it. Yes, it has been a while, a few weeks. There's a handout on the summary of it. But what I would remind the body is every piece of this legislation has passed the Senate, either this year or last year. It was all conferenceable. It's all Senate position. The House would not accept the major positions that we passed, like completely removing state income tax on Social Security or completely removing state income tax on retirement accounts. But what they did accept was removing the cliff on Social Security and a gradual decrease to where Social Security pays no state income tax eventually. And it decreases the amount of retirement state income tax on retirement accounts. It's a minimal amount, but with inflation, it is an amount that taxpayers are going to be impacted by. There is nothing complicated in this, nothing that the Senate hasn't seen. And we heard today that over 20 states in the nation, 20 states in the nation are passing considerable tax legislation. Kansas needs to be one of those. Even with this legislation, we will not be one of those with considerable tax cuts for taxpayers. I would ask that the body, I'll remind you one of the sayings from high school. You know, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. Well, let's take one for the Kansas taxpayers. Let's get this thing done. Let's send it to the House so that when they come back, May 23rd, that this is sitting and waiting for them to take up this position. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'm going to repeat that there are probably some very good pieces of legislation in this bill. And I think there's a lot of people that would like to vote for it. But I think people also want to know what the out years are going to be. And you know, we do a budget profile, those out years. I think we should have tax budget profiles as well to see what the out years are going to look like. Again, I go back to, we have a lot of people here tonight that are going to drive more than an hour home. And I think many of you that have been here a long time know that sometimes things can get dangerous for all of us and our colleagues, whether you're on the House or the Senate side. If this is a good bill tonight, it will be a good bill when we come back and have paperwork in front of us and time to debate the merits of the bill. So I think that we need to adopt a substitute motion, and when we come back, we'll have a very healthy debate.
We're going to pause for a minute. I got rules consultation. Sorry, they're checking on some things. I think we're now, where were we? Were you on Senator from Sedgwick McGinn or Senator Solentrop? I apologize, I lost. I think Senator McGinn had just closed on remarks. Are we back on a response by Senator Solentrop? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solentrop? Is there a response to the, or comments on the substitute motion?
Mr. President, point of order.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I don't think we suspended joint rule 4K.
That's what we were checking on. There is a date in the joint rules, apparently, that we must suspend 4K. An adoption of a report is normally in order. Without that, after a certain date. And in consultation with the secretary, that date has passed, so there needs to be a suspension of joint rule 4K, or we are out of order. That requires 21 to suspend. There would need to be a motion made to suspend joint rule 4K and get 21. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be the first to tell you that I'm a little uneasy. I've had this bill explainer in my hand for about 30 seconds. I do want to seriously consider this tax bill, but I don't think at 2:15 on the last night. So I don't know whether this is in order. I suspect it is, but I'm going to make a substitute to the substitute to adjourn.
That, man, don't make me gavel. That's out of order. And actually, since we have point of order, this is one time this actually matters, right? Point of order means we have to make sure we're in order. And we are now debating something without a joint rule K suspension, so we are out of order. The point of order is correct. There must be a motion to suspend joint rule 4K to take this up, or we are done with the debate. Senator from Lynn.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. If we would ask the substitute motion and the original motion to withdraw, then we could adjourn and pick this up May 23rd, if you would
That is correct.
graciously promise that we could do that May 23rd.
We will. Do I have a withdrawal of the second substitute motion? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thinking about it. I'm still trying to figure out whether I got called a dog tonight. But anyway, yes, I will with it.
Technically,
I
since
know,
we're
I'm
out of
just
order,
kidding.
I don't believe we have a motion on the floor. We are out of order. There is not a motion on the floor, so we do not need to withdraw. So we are, without objection, we're going to move to the adjournment resolution. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and HCR 5037 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion's adopted. Are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday, May 23rd, 2022.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The Senate's adjourned.